고포님 어서 오세요. 수학님 어서 오세요. Have I been talking this whole time without mic? Give me a sec. Reset the timer. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Where do I begin? 고포님 그냥 처음부터 끝까지 마이크가 꺼져 있었나요? Alright. Okay. Let me just say the whole thing again then. Okay. Welcome everyone to part 2 of 3D printed puzzle solving broadcast. I solved a bunch of 3D printed puzzles yesterday during the previous stream. I solved about 7 puzzles. I think that's a pretty nice performance for a 3D Packer newbie like me. I call myself a newbie because I am literally new to this genre of puzzles. I am pretty seasoned when it comes to 2D Packers, but I've only ever solved like 10 of these things so far. I'm still learning, especially when it comes to the rotational thingy. I have a lot to learn, and even for the puzzles that do not require rotations, they are still pretty tricky, and I also still have a lot to learn. So I have a bunch of 3D Packers. Well, I showed it earlier in the stream. I was talking a bunch, but my microphone was off. Sorry about that. But I also have a list of puzzles to solve. It's like an order of operation. So it's roughly in the order of difficulty. So the first one in the list is generally going to be the easiest, and as I go down the list, it's going to become harder and harder, and will make me more prepared for the actually difficult 3D Packers that I have yet to try yet. So my friend told me when I was trying to solve some of the remaining wooden 3D Packer puzzles, he told me that I am not ready for them, and that was not a dare. That was also not him offending my level of intelligence or anything. He was saying I was lacking the required things to make proper attempts to them, and he's not talking about my brain. Well, my brain is small, but that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about the required skill groups and knowledges before even making attempts. And I trust him, and he also sent me a bunch of these 3D packing puzzles to try out. So these are so think of it as a curriculum of a sort for me to gradually learn my way towards 3D packing mastery. Alright? So I have about 10 of the 3D Packers ready, one of them being a DNF Packer that I failed to solve last stream, but I'll get back to it later today if I can actually get there. So this one is called Slow Waltz, no rotations required, but it's more like rotations that are prohibited. So rotations are not optional. It's more like I cannot use rotational movements at all. All of the pieces need to move along X or Y or Z axis. And the objective of this puzzle is to form a 4x4x4 cube. And so at first when I looked at this, I was thinking, okay, there are two red frames, and these are just a pack of 2-in-1 deal or something. I need to solve this one first and then this one last. But then I counted the number of voxels, and they sum up to exactly 64. So it seems like I actually need to put all of these together. I'm still figuring out how I can even interlock these two pretty crazy shaped red pieces, but I'm trying. So that's where I was at. Sorry for the whole muted thing. I wasn't aware, but thank you for telling me about it. But yes, you've pretty much caught up by now. So let me start the timer again, and let's get to it. So I want this U-shaped part to go through this long portion, but it's not easy to do because all of the other parts are blocking my way. So it looks like I need to do some maze-like operation. Also, to remind myself, I am not allowed to make any rotational movements. So I can't do something like, push it from a different angle and then rotate my way. So that kind of movement I cannot do. But check this out. I can put these two pieces this way. You see how they are coming together like that, and then I can move down and I can push in even further, and that completes the interlock. However, I also need to fit all of these blue pieces too, and I probably shouldn't be interlocking the red pieces first, right? Then like how am I even supposed to put the blue pieces? There's just no space for it. Maybe the red piece part is supposed to be one of the later steps, probably not the last step because of how many spaces it travels, right? And mind you, this is one of the first puzzle in the list, so this is supposed to be one of the easier ones. Believe it or not, this is supposed to be one of the easier ones. I just have to take his word for it, right? I'll try my best. So I'll give it 2 hours of attempts, and once the timer hits 2 hours, I'll declare DNF and move on. If you have any questions, do let me know, please. Alright, so that's the red pieces, and I need to figure out how to arrange the blue pieces now. So let's do it. So the goal here is to find the correct rotational orientation for each of these blue pieces so that I know exactly in what way they should be rotated before I put these things in. Because again, rotational movements are prohibited. I cannot make any rotational movements. So if I decided the blue pieces need to be in this orientation, that's the only orientation I get to have. I can only move them along one of the three axes, okay? That is the rule. So what do we have here? So you notice there's this thing sticking out, and this is reminding me of this part right here. Maybe this can fit in or something. This is just a hunch. Like, you see, it's kind of fitting, right? But is it still fitting after I put the red pieces together? So there's this S-shaped shadow here. Let's see if there's still S-shaped shadow here once I put the two pieces like this. No, you see there's these three extra blue voxels here. They should not be here if I wanted this piece to be here, because once I put the red piece in, these three columns would be blocked. So I need this to be somewhere else instead. And where would that be? I have no idea. I need to figure that out. Actually, let's wait, how did I even do this? Right, it's this way. Okay. Before I continue, I think I want to first check out the exact shape of this space and just plan my way through it. It'd be nice if I can build some 3D model for what the remainder of this space is supposed to look like, and then build using these 3 pieces, looking at it instead of just looking inside of this 4x4x4 and judging from the holes it has. It's pretty tricky, I must say. But so the bottom one has this 1x1x2 hole here, and this one has this S-shaped one. This one also has this S-shaped one. This one has this 3x1x1 long thing, and this one has just 1x1 hole here. Maybe we just go from this and see what we can do. So, like I said, the bottom part must have a 1x1x2 hole, and I just noticed that the hole goes through. You see, it goes right through here. You can see my fingers. Maybe we start from there. So for example, I can't do this because this bottom is not congruent to the bottom hole. So that's the sort of the reasoning that I am basing off of. And similarly, I can't use this one on this side because there are 3 legs on the bottom. So it looks like this is probably the one we want. Something like that, and something that pokes out of the face. Something like, yeah, you see, if I made this structure, these holes right here are perfectly matching, and so do the holes on the bottom. It does not mean this is the correct composition. I'm just saying this is one of the working ones. And also, as a bonus, this one hole is also filling with this one part that's sticking out. So this seems more and more likely to be the correct composition. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more it seems like it. Okay. So far so good. And what about this one? I think we need to figure out this part right here. So the leftmost hole is taken care of. I need to fill out these 3 using this remaining part right here. And I think I did it. Yeah. I think this is exactly the shape that I want, that I need to make. Most of the holes are being taken care of. Well, there's one hole missing. I hope that's not a trouble. But all the other holes are being taken care of. Of course, I have not considered the internals, right? There's the internals are also a complex shaped holes that I need to avoid getting blocked on, but I think I should be fine. So let's not disintegrate it. Okay, it's kind of difficult to keep the shape on, but I think this is, oh my god, I think this is the shape that I want to maintain. Okay, cool. So let's try not to forget how I did it. Okay, so the next step, I need to try and see if I can put any of these blue pieces first. before making the red piece movement. For example, I can put this blue piece here, right here, and let's see if I can put the red piece back in. I cannot. Well, I cannot easily, at least. So this movement is currently blocked here. So I need to either move this out of the way or put it in a different order. It seems like I can just slide this in. Maybe this piece goes after I put the red piece in. But again, nothing is set in stone. I still do not know the exact operation, okay? Okay, where were we? I need to make sure that yeah, okay. I haven't forgotten it just yet. Alright. So I want to try to put this one as well, but it looks like I need to put this before I put the red piece. So it needs to be somewhere like here, right? Okay, I am noticing the issue here. Yeah, there's no way this movement is gonna work. I need to move this out somehow. Move this out of the way somehow. Okay, this is very hard to show, but I'm trying my best to show you what's going on here. So I want this part sticking out to be inside this hole. So it's something like this. Maybe I can try to. No, that does not work. Okay, at what point do I need to put this thing in then? Once I fit the whole thing, then I do not have any ways to enter this thing. So you have to be somewhere in the middle of fitting both, looks like. So maybe here, because all I need to do to fit the red pieces now is just slide them into each other. So maybe this is where I can fit the things. So something like slide this in, and then yeah, okay, that works. Except I can't fit the long piece anymore. So it will have to involve some more steps than that. Okay, this is what is happening. Give me a sec. So before I put this in, I need to fit this in such a way that I can. Okay, looks like you can push this in further down, and then yeah, slide the red piece out somehow, sort of. So in this state, can I fit this blue piece in? Okay, this is getting more and more difficult to maintain. Everything's falling apart. And I need to hold everything together to make it keep its shape. It's kind of tricky. I'm trying my best though. So I want the red piece to be spread one extra tile, but the long piece, the long blue piece, is preventing me from doing it. But is there any way I can slide the thing around to make it happen still? I do not see any immediate ways yet. Okay. So I put these things in, and I need to somehow put this through, but there's just no space to make it happen. Okay, and I'm not even considering the last piece. I'm only considering the two of the blue pieces. I'm already having trouble. Maybe I can. There's just no room. What am I supposed to do? There's simply no room. Huh. Feels more and more like I need to put this one first. But where do I keep it to make it not block the second blue piece? This thing is still blocking the movement, and I don't know how I can keep that from happening. So maybe I just keep it right here. Does that even work? I still don't see enough room for that to happen. Dang. And if I put this in first, then I don't have enough room for the red pieces to fit together. So the blue piece will have to come after I fit the red piece in, but not completely. It will have to be during some of the immediate steps. But in which immediate step? I mean intermediate step is the question. And again, I keep reminding you and myself that rotational movements are not allowed. I can't push the things in a certain angle and rotate them differently to fit them in. Some of the 3D packers require them, but this one is not it. And it does not only not require rotations, but it also prohibits it. So if I make any rotational movements, that's against the rule. How must Is there any other way I can arrange the two pieces so that it can fit both these two pieces in? Once I put this larger piece in, I don't have any other room for the long piece to fit anymore. Wait, wasn't this the way I did it? It's more like this, right? I'm already forgetting what I did. Give me a sec. So it will have to be something like this is so confusing. Okay, this is probably the way. But again, need to find the correct order of operations. If I can somehow fit them in here, maybe then it'll work. But I need to make this move which blocks the whole thing. Maybe I need to fit it at this point then. Still no. Okay, I am lost. What? Where am I even supposed to fit it then? Oops. Okay, you need to give me some minutes to think about this. It seems like when I try to fit these pieces in, one piece is always blocking the other piece. And no matter which order I am placing them, they always seem to be blocking each other. And I don't know how I can go around it. But once I can make it such that, so if this piece was already piercing it at this point, then I can just close it in and then be done with it. But making that happen is such a paradox, because you see, if I want to separate these two, I need to make a movement that completely blocks this hole going through. You see right here, this hole is getting completely blocked out when I make this movement. So if I wanted this to be being pierced, by the time that happens, it's just paradoxical. Like, how do I even make that work? This looked very difficult, and now it is looking even more difficult than I initially thought. And I initially thought this was going to be very difficult. I don't understand. I don't know, man. So say I put these blue piece in, and I can move this around in sort of a limited way. I can move it a little bit further down. I can move this around to push it even further down. That still doesn't really help though. By the way, I am recognizing this is probably not easy to see what is happening and what kind of movements I'm trying to do. So please let me know if you think of any better ways I can display it. Okay, how about this? Can I make it happen if I did that? No, this piece is now blocking the entrance, so you have to be somewhere else if this is even the correct way. Oh, yeah, it's not working out well. Maybe if I assemble these two first. Something like that. Maybe, oh, excuse me. Maybe this can work. No, there's no way. What? Yeah, I'm still not seeing how I can pull this off. So hard keeping everything together in the intermediate steps. I guess I can push it out like that and see if that makes any difference. So if I do that, maybe I can push this thing in. Sort of, kind of. No rotations. keeps rotating. It keeps rotating by itself. Hold on. Okay, maybe in this position, I put the large piece first, like this, and position it right here. Don't make it rotate. And then maybe if I put this in after, I swear I'm not trying to rotate it. Okay, once I do this, can I make anything happen? It keeps falling apart. Maybe I need to push it one tile below. Okay, alright. It kind of worked, but everything is super stuck with each other. Oh boy. So at this stage, can I move anything around? I suppose you can do that, but again, that kind of resets the whole thing that I was setting up. So there's barely any point in doing that. Okay, at this state, I can push this thing in, I guess. Does that work? Oh, look at that. That worked. Alright. Okay, let's repeat that. So, I put the large blue piece in like this position, then I can slide the long piece in like that. Okay, that looks so impossible, but it's still working. Like that's so fascinating, I must admit. Okay, that's cool. Now I need to make the last blue piece to fit in somehow. Wait, how did I... Wait, how did I even put these things together? Ah, right here it is. Maybe not. Sorry, I forgot how I got to this step. Let's try not to break the puzzle, shall we? How did I even get here? What the heck? Ah, here it is. Okay, I was getting worried. Sorry. Okay, so that's all done. But how... Now I need to figure out how I can do the same but with the third blue piece in as well. So this position right here is completes the long blue piece in. So maybe I need to do some prep work to make this position happen, but also with this third piece being available, maybe I need to put this in first then. So it's going to have to be like, yes, so it's going to have to directly pierce through this L-shaped hole. Okay, yes, let's try not forgetting it. Okay, cool. So maybe I can do something like push this thing in like that. it went through. So push this thing right here, and then close it in. Yeah, and then push it further back. Now it is in the correct position. But can I do the same, but with this thing also in the place? So maybe I need to position it somewhere like this, and then that gives it room to yeah, fit in, something like that. Now can I push this thing in? No, this part is blocking the way, so I need to move this block out of the way first, and then push this out one tile or two tiles, and then close it in like that or something. Yeah, okay, yeah, that works. But I need to do this movement while also having this. So let's okay, cool. Oops. So we were right here. So I believe I did something like move this out of the way a little bit, and then push it out one tile. This is so hard to keep track of, but I think I have an idea, sort of. So at this point, I need to be able to push this thing out, but this blue piece is blocking the way. Okay, I kind of forgot what I did to put this thing in. So something like I'm just there are no plans being involved. I'm just trying random things at this point. Okay. But again, this thing is blocking the way. Maybe I should do it here instead. Oh god. Okay. Before I continue, I need to make sure I remember what I did for this one to fit in. So this is what I did. Okay. Well, not necessarily. It should be this way instead. So I make this formation, and then push this in, and drop it in. So this is what I did. But I need to do the same while also having this thing in. So that's going to be fun. Maybe I need to put these two pieces together first, and then try to devise a way to make the other one come in. Maybe that is what I need to do. So at this point I can push this through here, right? And then like pull this thing further out somehow. Or is there a better way to put this in? So I can kind of do this, but this part is blocking. So I want to pull the red pieces out by one extra tile, but it is proving to be not easy because of all the restrictions these blue pieces are giving. Okay. Can I make it happen? So something like move it right here. Can I push anything in? Okay, now this thing is in. Well, I mean, I could always push this thing in because the hole has always been available. But I'm just trying to figure something out. Okay, give me some moment. I know I'm slow, but I'm learning. You can't blame someone. You can't blame people for trying to learn things. All right. Okay, I think I can. No, I can't. I'm just trying to find movements that I haven't already done before. So if I close this thing right here, the next moves I can do is move this blue piece out of the way, and then I spread it, and then I move this thing back out, spread it, and then so spread this thing, move this one tile up, close it, and move it one tile further up, and then well, that's how I take it out of the position, but that's not what I want to do. Dang. So in this position, I am actually able to put the thing here and then make the assembly work. But I need to be able to do this with the other piece also being in place. And how do you even do such a thing? So once I am in this position, I'm completely stuck. No other movements, no movement other than this movement can be done. Oh boy! And at this point, at this point, you notice that there's no hole here, so there's no way to hold this part together. So how do I even make a space to allow that to happen? Oops. Maybe I do like this. Does that even work? No, that looks like a dead end. Can anything be done at this point? So something like, well, now it's in the now this thing is in a different position. Does this help in any way? maybe the order is wrong. Maybe this piece is supposed to be the last one to go in. Well, at least I haven't considered that yet, right? So let's see if I can even put these two together, because I haven't tried that yet. So close it in, and no, that's not the right. This is the right. Do this, I guess, and then push this all the way down, I guess, and then move it out of the way somehow. And then I don't even know, man. Just do that, I guess. Yeah, and that allows me to push it back in, right? No, it doesn't, because yeah, the movements are still blocked. I can't do that. Maybe I need to put this one first or something. So keep this here, and then push this in. All right. So originally, this is what I want to see, just from this blue piece. But now I want to do this thing, but also with this long piece going in at the same time. And how can I achieve that? No idea. Once I put this in, there's just barely any way. Actually that works. So what I did is I push this piece in from here. I can move one tile to the right and then drop it in, and that works. Okay. Now can I make some movements to make space for this one to go in? Something like that, yeah, okay. Okay, you know what? Let me try to put these two first. Yeah, something like that, and then maybe I can do that movement again. No, now this part is blocked, so I cannot make any more movements than that. Okay. Stop. So do that, I guess. And maybe if I do this. So now I can make this movement. Will this make any difference? Everything is holding on at once, so I need to make sure I am not failing any movements on any of the pieces. I am holding 5 pieces at the same time, which can fall apart if I move one finger wrong. So hold on, I need to focus, okay? Okay, how did I make this happen again? So this is what I did, right? Something like, yeah, I need to keep reminding myself what movements I did to revert everything, because there are many movements being involved. I need to make sure I'm not forgetting about any. Okay, this is what I did. Hold on. So I drop it in, and then are you even able to see what's going on? Sorry, I can't make it visible for all of you, but I'm trying. I feel like I am getting close, but this last step is way too complicated. What am I even looking at? God. Okay. So ideally this is what I want to do, but maybe I'm supposed to put it from the other way. So I just noticed that I've been trying to make it happen with this orientation, but also this orientation works. Maybe I should try this instead. Well, at least this is something that I haven't tried before. Maybe it might prove to be useful. If I can even make that work, that is. So I want this to be something like so. I want this thing to hook around the large blue piece. I'm just trying to find a way to sneak it in. Okay. So if I went in here, then okay, that's pretty simple. All right. All I need to do is just push this thing in, and it goes right in. Okay. Now I just need to find a way I can do the same while maybe if I put this in this intermediate step, maybe it can work. That might have worked. Hmm. So if I did this, well, this thing's now permanently stuck, so I shouldn't be doing that. Maybe do that? Does that even work? Oh my god. So hard to keep track. Maybe I drop this in and again try to see if I can make this block go around in a way, but without making a rotation movement. That is the important part. So here's the thing. The last step cannot be this. You see why? Because before the last step, this hole gets blocked. So this cannot be the last piece. Well, this cannot be the last step. Is what I mean. What I'm trying to say. So the last step is supposed to be this thing closing in from whichever direction that it is supposed to go. The more I look at it, the more it seems like this should be where I need to put the thing through. I need a different way to put the pieces aside. The timer just hit 1 hour, but like I said, I am not declaring DNF just yet. These puzzles tend to take longer than the normal ones that I deal with, so I'm going to give this 2 hours before declaring DNF. I'm almost done though, I think. If I could move this blue piece out one extra tile, then that would have been good to go. Oops. Just push this through. But at this very point, I need this thing to be piercing through it. But there's just not enough avenue for that to happen. I can try that or something. But it's just simply cannot be done as far as I can see. Are there any other movements that I could have performed? Maybe I can lift it up and then slide this thing in. Give me a sec. So I put this in, right? And then I think this was the one, right? So I make this part sit upright like this, and I lift the third piece one tile to make room for the other one to slide in. Maybe this can make difference. Yeah, well, it's closing in, but looks like that's as far as I can get it to go. Okay. I really thought I was getting somewhere with this movement. So the problem is, by the time it closes in, this thing will need to be piercing through both of these pieces. Hmm. Am I actually not close? Am I being trapped here? I really hope what I'm trying to do is not a dead end. Like, I really hope what I'm doing is trying to figure out the last step. Because if this is not it, then I'm lost as to what I need to do instead. Oh. Wait, how did I do this? I'm forgetting what I did. This is not a good sign. So once you are in this position, you can't move anything except this one. But again, that is assuming. But if you take this piece into account as well, so let's just assume that this one is piercing through the cube. Then once it is closed in, is there anything that I can move around? Probably not. Which maybe means that this is not the right way to put it in. So instead of like this, maybe I'm supposed to put it like this, like I tried last time. So something like this. So when I do this, I still have some leeway to move the things around. Maybe this is a better way to try things. But again, I still have the same issue of not being able to hook this piece around all of the other blocks that's already forming up a huge complicated shapes. Okay. Don't think we've tried this part yet. No, it's still escaping. I put this thing in here and try to interlock with each other while preventing pieces from falling apart. Something like that. Then I try to put all of these things in at the same time. Can this actually be done or something? Like, from the shapes that I'm seeing, I don't think this can be done at all, but I'm really not seeing any other options. It's hard to keep track when everything is falling apart. Right. Ah. I just want to know if I'm close or not. Don't answer that, by the way. Gravity is my enemy right now. With pieces keeping falling apart, I'm having a lot of trouble making sure I am aligning everything properly. I'm sorry. I'm trying. It's just they are. Am I messing up something here? I mean, obviously yes, but I'm wondering if I am missing any crucial step here, or am I missing any? Maybe I'm trying the thing in the wrong order. I really do not want to start off the first puzzle of the stream with a DNF, especially when I am getting this close. So to recap, what I've been trying to do for the last 30 minutes or so is to you see this hook right here on the blue piece. I want this to wrap around these two voxels. So this C-shaped hook, I need it to be like right here. But everything is blocking my way. Once I can make that happen, the puzzle is solved, but I can't seem to figure out the last step to make that happen. Oh god. I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing. Maybe one of the things that I am assuming to be invariables is wrong. for example, I assume that this part needs to be the first that goes in. Maybe that is not true? There you go, got it. I'm still not 100% sure what I did, but I solved it at least. Oh man, that was slow waltz done in 1 hour and 52 minutes. Let me try and see what I did exactly. I see what I did. Okay. So here's what I had to do. So first of all, put the red pieces together, and then before completely closing it in, I put this blue piece in between, all right, and then next I fit this long piece in like this. So first make way, then push this thing in, and then push all the way back out like here, and then flip it over, move this blue piece out of the way like this, okay, and then close back in the red pieces. Now take the final piece out, push it in, slide it over, and now is the important part. So now you spread the red pieces like this, and then I push the final piece one tile in and up. This gives room for the first blue piece to move out of the way. Now I drop the final piece back in, and now everything is back in order. Yeah, very cool. So I've been missing that one step. I've been finding that one step for almost an hour straight, but anyway, I did it. Cool. Also, I noticed there's a space here, so that means I did not miscount the voxels. The voxels are 63. There are 63 voxels in total. Anyway, I did it. Very cool. Let's move on. That's the first puzzle of the stream done. I really hope the next one is easier than that, because I could use something less cerebral than the one that I had before. Something to ease my mind in. Okay, what is the next one? The next one is called push button, and just like the last one, no rotations required. More like rotations are prohibited. Okay, so this is the one, push buttons. Okay, this one might be even harder because the objective is to make a 5x5x5 cube, and there are even more pieces. Why do you have to do me dirty like this? There's no way I can get this done within time. And what's happening with this piece right here? There's some hole right here. I don't know if this is a misprint. Do I need to sand it off to make it work? I hope this doesn't prevent me from solving it. Okay, so there are a bunch of identical pieces right here, okay, and some complex shaped blue pieces that I can see. Alright, I'm already scared. This is probably going to be a DNF. I mean, like, even if I am not stuck, this will probably take forever. luckily though, the red pieces are simple shaped. So anyway, let's get the timer started. Let's go. So the first order of business, try to make all the blue pieces fit, and then let's not think about the red pieces for now. I just want to make sure the whole outer edge is being taken care of. It might have broke while shipping. Maybe skip this one for now. What do you mean broke? Like, there are other voxels that are supposed to be here? Do I just need to send it off? Anyway, by the way, welcome to the stream. I don't really see any sign of breakages. Ah, here you go. This one, okay, I see. Yeah, something like this, right? So these two pieces had to be glued in like this. I don't have a super glue at the moment, but when I get the super glue, I'll get it. I'll get to it. Okay, let's stop it for now. Let's skip this and move on to the next one. Once I fix this piece, I'll try to get back to you. Okay. There is nothing to worry about. We still have tons of puzzles remaining. We are never running out of puzzles to do. Alright, what's next? The next one in the list is called to lid. It says pack all pieces in and then close lid. It's what it's saying. I think this is the one, to lid. Okay, I am also noticing that there is no mentions of no rotation. So this one might require some amount of rotations. How did you get this thing in? I can't get it out. There you go. Alright, cool. Let's take the lid off. And take everything out. Very cool. Alright. Alright, so what is happening here? Obviously, I can't fit through this small window. Maybe I just need to. Okay, maybe this is the restricted window. You see there is a small voxel blocking things here. Alright, let's get started. Alright, so before we even get started, I think we need to try to build whatever is going to be the end state, okay? So this container can take a 3x3x2 minus 1 voxel. So 3x3x2 minus 1 is 17 voxels, right? And how many voxels are in here? 7, 9, 17, right? No, that's 16. Yes, that's 16. Okay, so it looks like there's 1 voxel worth of leeway going on. So it's going to look something like, I don't even know. Just make something. Yeah, for example, this can, well, I suppose I need to. All right. So for example, so this is one of the examples that can fit in here. So if I can somehow put all of the pieces in this formation inside the box, then I can close the lid and be done. But can I do that? So once I figured out the shape, next step is to figure out what the final step is going to look like. So I guess these two pieces can fit in like this as a final step, or rather, okay, maybe not rather, but so if I can fit these three pieces inside, then that's a solved state, but probably not as easy as that. Yeah, probably not as simple as that. So what if I did this? Then I can fit right here and fit right here, no? No, that is not correct. I can't do that. I see. So there are no leeways actually, because when I close the lid, this voxel is moving all the way. You see? That means if we exclude all of the spaces that is being traveled by this voxel, it is going to be 3 by 3 by 3 by 3 by 2 minus 3, which is 15 voxels. But we established earlier that there are 16 voxels here, so what that means is in the middle of closing the lid, I need to be moving things around to make room for the final step. Alright. Now how do I even plan that around though? But initially I need to make a shape like this. So this is an invariable. This shape is an invariable. There may be other formations that result in this exact shape, but making this shape is required. So that is unchanging. So once I put this in, and then I close the lid halfway. Do I need to zoom in a little bit? Let me zoom in a little bit. So once I put this in, I close the lid halfway, and then I move the pieces around to make this voxel over here, and then I close the rest. So I think before we even put anything in this box, I think we need to figure out the sliding movements that allow me to achieve such a thing. So like I said, the starting position is this one. I wish the pieces were light colored, but that's okay. So this is the starting position. This is a 3 by 3 by 2 minus these two voxels. The ending position, I need this to be over here, and also without occupying this voxel, because this voxel is currently being occupied by the lid. So obviously in this particular formation it is a game over, because because when this voxel cannot be occupied, I cannot move anything, so I need to think of some other formations. So something along this part of the shape needs to be movable. Alright, what about this one? Again, this is a game over. Can't move anything around. Looks like this small piece needs to be on top, like that. Okay. Okay, what now? Is it easy to see at all? Do I need to zoom in further? So now I can move this piece inside, but again, then it's a game over. I can't move anything else. Alright, what else can I do then? Once I move this out, I need something to be movable into this side. How can I achieve that? And what's up with this window? Is there any significance to this one? Is this window even being used anywhere? Because while I am closing the lid, this window is not being used. Only when I'm completely done, the window is revealing. So I don't know what the use of this window is, but I will not think about it for the time being. Okay, what about this? What about this shape? So again, when this voxel is blocked off, well, what more I can try is, so when this voxel is blocked off, some of the pieces can protrude out of this window, so that gives it a little bit more of a freedom. Maybe I need to make use of that too. So something like Mm, give me a moment. I need to find out one valid formation. It's hard to find a valid formation that also allows this column to be pushed out of the window when I close the lid halfway. So bear with me, I am trying to find something. So this is not the right formation, just to give you an example. Well, another thing is, at this point, I don't necessarily need to start off from a 3x3x2 minus 2 formation. So this part can stick out as much as I want it to be. Because the leads start from the right side, so when it's closing down, the left side is not restricted. So I can like, this part can be stacked as high as I want it to be, as long as eventually I can close the lid down. So let's consider that and see what I can do. So if I did something like this, for example, say the lead voxel goes through and stops here, I can push these things out like this, and from the side, and then all the way out, and well, yes, that's pretty much what I was trying to say. So you can do something like that, but by the time the lid is completely closed off, there are no spaces that I can make use of. So by the time the lid is completely closed off, the resulting shape must be a 3x3x2 minus 2 voxels. So in this case, there's a space right over here, so this cannot be done. Alright, let's assume that the rightmost side of the solved state are these two blocks. Let's assume that and try to build up the rest. So we start off from the end state. Okay, that didn't work. you can't build anything out of these three. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Alright. So our first assumption immediately turned out to be false. Alright, so what is special about this formation? So to remind you, this is a shape that needs to happen at the end. So once I finish putting everything inside this box, this is the shape it needs to be. But what is special here is I can slide out this piece. So what my objective here is to move these things around such that these two voxels are empty without ever occupying this voxel right here, because this voxel is supposed to be occupied by this lead block right here. Not sure if you can see it. There's this tiny block here. So this block is supposed to be occupying this side. So I cannot, while I am making the sliding movement, I cannot occupy this block at any time, at any point. So, but this piece can be slid out, so I can just put this somewhere else and make this thing. Once this shape is out, I can just slide this thing in and finish the puzzle. So now let's see if any other movements can be done. I don't see any other movements. Okay, I'm stuck. But at least I could do this, right? So I need to figure out a different way of constructing this particular shape. Something that lets me slide more things out. Either that or something that lets me slide things around within this shape, which actually I can do. So for example, the bottom layer can be slid out this way. You see? And what else can be done? It can be, I can slide it out by one voxel. I can't slide out further than that because I'm getting blocked by the lead. Okay, so this is the best I can do. Now, is there any other movement I can make? No, I don't see any movements, unfortunately. So back to square one. Well, not really a square one. I'll try to see if I can salvage this situation. Okay, what about this one? So again, this voxel needs to stay void. I can't, while I'm making sliding movements, this space cannot be filled at any point. So we start off by taking this T piece out. I slide it out, store it somewhere else, and then I can move this voxel out of the way and also slide it out. So that's another movement that can be done. So far so good. And this is where I'm stuck again. So this voxel needs to keep needs to be kept empty. So once I take this piece out, I cannot move any of the rest of the pieces. I can't move this piece around because this box needs to be kept empty, the one right next to it, and these ones are stuck. So I need to find some other ways of making this shape. Okay, that's a different shape, but I don't think I can do anything with this either. Yeah, unfortunately. Can't move anything around. I thought I was getting somewhere. So these are done. I really hope there are no rotations involved because that will break my brain. Okay, maybe I try to use the S piece instead of the T piece to be taken out first. Maybe that will change things around. So what about this one? Again, like last time, I can slide the S piece out and also slide this piece out. And what now? What else can I do here? Can I do anything? I don't see any immediate way of making this work. Another possibility I'm seeing is maybe I want the S piece to be what is in the middle, and then I slide to the left and pull all the way out. Maybe that's something that I can try. I don't think I can do that though, unfortunately. Alright. Alright. I'm still trying to find the correct combination, correct composition of the pieces to construct that ending shape such that I can slide out piece by piece until there is enough space for the remaining pieces to move around and make room for the lead to go all the way. But it's not easy. I don't know if you can see that, but it's pretty difficult. I mean, at least for me, that is. It might be easy for you. I can completely see that being the case because I am not very bright. But I try my best. Alright guys, I need to take a break. Take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue. Andy, if you're still here, I have a question. So you see, you have a bunch of puzzles and you solve most of them, maybe all of them, I don't know. But once you solve the puzzle and you store them away, do you store your solved puzzles in the solved state or unsolved state? So once you solve your puzzle and you want to store it away, do you turn them back into the unsolved state? How do you get that to work? Because what I'm worried about is when I store my if I stored my puzzles in the solved state, and when I get back to them, I might forget how to scramble them, right? And possibly break the puzzle. So maybe I should store my puzzles in unsolved states. What do you think? Well, it looks like he's not here. I'll ask him when he gets back online. I'm starting to think maybe some sort of rotational movements are involved. In which case, I am screwed because I don't know how to do it. Do you need some general high-level strategy advice? It's something you already know, but I think you forgot. Are you talking about hint? Are you trying to give me hint? Is this what you're talking about? Are you maybe implying that I need a hint? Well, I need it, but I'm not gonna ask for it. Thank you for the offer though. And what about the high level strategy are you talking about? Like, is there anything that I can even call it that way? The only high level strategies that I can think of are rotational movements. I'm not sure it's considered a hint. It's something you already would have done, but somehow you are not doing it here. So you are saying that I am being a small brain. I agree, but that's rude. Just kidding. I'm still not sure what you mean by that. Like, if you are giving me an advice and that's not a hint, what's that even like? You know, that's actually making me curious enough. Maybe I need to listen to you. So when I move this out of the way and move this one out of the way a little bit, I would have made some rotations like this, but that cannot be done because this one I cannot put anything inside this space of voxels because this voxel is supposed to be already occupied. Now it's kinda interesting, you are systematic but you skip the step. What step? What step are you talking about? And what are you talking about I'm being systematic? Like, are you talking about the movement of the lid here? Okay, let me try to recap. So by the time the lid is completely sealed off, yeah, by the time it is completely sealed off, the shape that is inside this box must be a form of 3x3x2 minus 2 voxels. That's the invariable. I don't think there's anything changing of that. But at this point, I can't. So I'm talking about doing things in reverse. I am assuming that I already solved the puzzle. Now I'm trying to reverse my step. So the shape is inside. I pull out the lid one step and then I'll be stuck because the shape inside will block the movement of the lead voxel here. So at this point I should be able to move some stuffs in and out of this thing in order for me to make this movable once again. Oh, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. So so here, the voxels here, I move this out, I move this around. Now the lead can be completely off. Now the lead can completely move out of the way. I think that's what you're talking about, right? Yeah, well, that's a step I missed for sure. Okay. Maybe my brain is not functioning properly, but at least I figured it out. Okay, so the only thing remaining now is to figure out how I can fit this shape inside here. Alright, so this layer can be put later. So if I can put these two shapes in, then I'm golden. Alright, so maybe I put this T-shaped piece in first. Yeah, but I don't know if I can actually let that happen because as you can see the inside is pretty tight fit. Maybe this is where this window is coming to play. So if I put the tip piece this way and then I close up the lid and then I use this window to rotate the tip piece, but without being able to touch the block inside. It's not easy to maneuver. It's more like a dexterity puzzle. Why can't I pull this out? Give me a sec. Alright, here we go. I just want to place this T-piece inside like this, in this orientation. Once I can do this, the puzzle is solved. But I don't know if I can do that. I am highly suspecting some sort of a rotational movement is involved, but I don't know how I can pull that off. I don't know if I don't know if that's even something that's possible, to be honest with you. Maybe I need to find out a different way to construct the base. So I wanted to construct this base right here, but because of the limitation of the container, that might not be feasible. I need to come up with a different way. I don't see any other way at the moment. So again, is there a way for me to place the T-piece inside this way? Can I do that? This lid is preventing me from making such movements, but I don't know if this window can be used to allow that. Wait, I'm stuck. How do I get this out? I don't want to break it. Oh my god. Ah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know if I can do such a thing. I am imagining it's impossible, but I don't know for sure. Then why else would this window be? This has to be used at some point. Otherwise, there's no point of having it here. It's already see-through from this side. There's no point of this window being here. This has to be used at some point. And I am suspecting this is used for rotating this T-piece to the right place. I don't know the exact movement for it, or whether that is even the right judgment. Maybe this is just for decoration, or maybe this window is being used but not for this rotation. I don't know if this rotation is even possible. Yeah, it's not possible, is it? I need to find a different setup, I think. This is supposed to be an easy puzzle, right? Why am I not very smart today? Well, it's every day, but especially today. What am I doing wrong? I believe I understand what Andy meant by skipping a step. I think I know what that skipped step is, but in order for me to perform that, from what I found so far, I had to place the T-piece in here, which I think, not confirmed, but I think is physically impossible. So I need to find a different way. I was debating on whether to put this lower or higher on the order, but I think it's proving to be near the difficulty or maybe exceeding Bonbon. I don't know. Maybe I think it's just easy for everyone but me. And I'm just being a dum dum. Isn't this supposed to be solvable within like 15 minutes or something? Well, just from the fact that you're not answering my question proves that my assumption is correct. This is supposed to be a very easy puzzle that I am the only person having trouble. If that's not the case, you would have said something. No, I think a lot of people have issue with this one, but I figured if you were able to deal with Minipack 3 plus partially Bonbon, you may have some possibility of solving this one. It is hard. Okay, okay. So this is not trivial, is what you're saying. This is not trivial. Also keep in mind the order of solving is very important because every DNF cost me 2 hours and I can't spend so many hours in a single stream. So if I make 3 DNFs, that's the end of the stream. So the order is extremely important, I'm just saying. So the order has to be strictly based on the difficulty, and I don't care about the storytelling. Alright, the timer hit 2 hour mark, but I'm willing to give this 30 more minutes because I feel like I'm getting there. I just need to find the correct composition of the base shape. Okay, my bad. You should do a DNF and go to next one. Am I that badly stuck? Did I still not figure out what the misstep is? Or are you trying to tell me that putting the tip is this way is actually possible? because I do know from fiddling around with Bonbon that rotating the S piece this way is something that can be done. But at the same time, I do not need this extra window to pull that off. So I still don't know what's up with this. Is this just a red herring? There's no way this is just a red herring, right? Like this has to be used at some point. Andy, can you tell me whether it is possible to put the T-piece in here? I just need to know if this is a physically possible option. If it is, I need to figure out how to actually pull it off. Otherwise, I might try to wrestle with impossibility, because I will just assume that this position is possible and just try to do it without knowing if it's actually something that's doable. If you're still here. The question is whether you can use the 1 pixel hole to make the rotation. That was not the question. The question was if I can place the T-piece here in this specific puzzle. But think about it backwards. If you have the piece in the box, you actually have a 4 pixel hole to experiment with. A 4 pixel hole to experiment with. You mean this hole? And my question was not about this window. Like, I'm becoming more and more sure that this is supposed to be a red herring, and I'm not supposed to care about it. But to answer your question directly, the T-piece cannot be put in the flat position you had before. Yeah, that's what I figured. It didn't seem like it's feasible. So you have to be a different base to make a similar movement. But what would that be? I don't have that many choices, to be honest with you. You know what? I think I am realizing another step that I forgot. So you see, maybe this window is supposed to be used for inserting certain pieces. Well, we only have one option here. So maybe we are supposed to insert this at some point before we have all of the shapes in. Or it could be used for a temporary movement. So in order for that to be viable, this position needs to be somewhat independent. So it can be like this way, or something that involves having something that protrudes out, something that can go through this hole. Do you want the step? I am about to go to sleep. I do not want the step. Sorry. I've told you multiple times. Giving me hints is the worst kind of offense you can do to me. That's the worst kind of insult you can do to me when I'm solving puzzles. Giving me hints. So I do not appreciate it if you give me hints. So please don't do it. I'd rather never be able to solve it than get any help on it. Alright, anyway, thank you for visiting. Good night. I'll try to solve it. I only have like 10 minutes though. Maybe I'll have to declare DNF for the time being. Alright, that's enough for attempting this puzzle. I'll try again next time. It's already past 2 hours and 30 minutes, but I will solve it. I will solve it either during offline or during next stream. Unfortunately, I am not smart enough to get this done within a reasonable amount of time. So I apologize, but what can I do? Let's move on. Hopefully I can solve this next time. I can't even put this in the bag. Okay, whatever. Alright, what next? Alright, there is this puzzle called 3-in-1. I believe this is the one. Alright, it's a 2D packer. Let's see what the objective is. The objective states that it's 3 different puzzles in 3 different colors, 5 identical pieces each. Go pack all in frame, no diagonal insertions. Is this one of those restricted window packing that I'm seeing? By the way, give me a sec. There are some Discord messages that I'm seeing. Okay, alright. No emergencies. Alright. So what is happening here? It looks like I am supposed to use 5 of these each for each set of challenge. Is this what's happening here? So it looks to me that the 3-in-1 is 3 challenges. So 1 challenge is I need to put all these red pieces inside this frame, and the next challenge is put all these blue pieces inside, and the third challenge is put all these purple pieces inside. I think that's what's being asked for. Alright, so why don't we start the timer and get started? So I'm going to start with the red one, and then I'll move on to blue, and then I'll move on to purple. All right. So this is a restricted window packing. So you see this frame right here. This is not the entire frame. There are also some frames in. There's also some area inside this frame behind the restricted window, and no diagonal movements are allowed. By which it means that, let's say if I put a piece here and I want to fit another piece in here, but you see the restricted window prevents me from entering it, but I can kind of slide it in from outside like that. This is called the diagonal movement, and the rule specifies that I am not allowed to do it. So it's only going to be I drop it in and then move it around. That's the only set of movements that I'm allowed to do. So before I care about this frame, let's try and see if we can get the solution working. So once I get the solution working, then I'll work on the actual packing portion. So I just need to make a certain shape that can fit into this area as a whole. But there are 5 of them though that sort of throws the pattern recognition out of the window. Maybe the desired shape should look something like four of the pieces being in each of the corners, allowing certain area in the center for the final piece to fit in. So also we shouldn't forget about the possibility that it may not always involve orthogonal movements. So the pieces could be sitting this way, a little bit tilted like this. So we shouldn't forget about this possibility. So something like this, but a piece is not in a completely symmetric shape, so you have to involve some other ways to arrange the thing. So hold on. Yeah, something like this can work. Now the question is, can this fit within this frame? The answer is, I don't know. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I just noticed that this shape is a windmill shape with just one more pixel added to it. So that's another thing to consider. So if I were to make this shape, can I fit in here? Fit this in here? Doesn't look like it. If I rotated it 45 degrees, how about that? And it can kind of fit, but this part could be better arranged. something like that. Yeah. Okay, let's try putting everything in and see how it looks like. So there is this packing puzzle called Dancing Shoes, and that puzzle is also a restricted opening to the packer, and there's a move featured in that puzzle, and that moves something like this. Give me a sec. I'm going to make a diagonal movement just to give you guys an example. All right. So when you see things like this, I can push around the four pieces, something like that, to, you know, like at the same time, simultaneously, to make certain movements possible. But I'm not sure if that's something that can be done in this particular shape. But at least you can fit in here, right? So if I can manage to make this pattern happening without using a diagonal movement, then that's going to be a solved case. So let's go ahead and do that. So place it here, place another, make sure that I am making legal movements. So yeah, I'm simply dropping it in. No illegal movements. Everything is working fine until I realize that I put this in the wrong orientation. I should put it like this instead. But okay, yeah, that's a way. I just need to make sure. Barely legal. I just want to make 100% sure there are no dispute, undoubtedly legal movements happening. So for example, this part is blocking, so I can't quite make this move here just yet. So I need to move these other pieces around to make room. Alright, that works, I guess. No, that doesn't work. That's again, that's the wrong orientation. This is the right orientation. Yeah, okay. Now rotate in 45 degrees. And spread them out. Or something. Okay, it's working. Yeah. There's some inappropriate symbol you might say, but there are no political meaning to it. Just pretend you didn't see it. Anyway, the four pieces are in. Now I just need to drop the fifth one, and that is the red part done. Okay, so the the red part done in 11 minutes. Sleepy Time, by the way, this is made by the same guy who did Dancing Shoes. Yeah, okay, I see. I was feeling something similar happening because this is a similar dimension of the restricted opening that I noticed. Speaking of which, when I was solving Dancing Shoes, I did not understand the notion of diagonal movements, and I solved it without taking that into account. So I solved it using the illegal movement. So I should solve it again some other time. Anyway, that's 1/3 of the challenge is done. Let's move on to the blue challenge. So the blue challenge involves these 5 hat-shaped pieces going on, and I am assuming a similar principle applies. So place 4 pieces on each of the corners, and that allows the fifth piece to drop in. That is my assumption. Let's make sure that the assumption is sound. Yeah, kind of works, kind of, sort of. Let's try anyway. Alright, drop it in here, and lastly drop this one. Need to move some pieces out of the way. Now I can drop this in. Okay, all good. Now I just spread them out like this. Do I have enough room? I don't. Is there anything I can do to salvage it? I'm trying to figure that out. Maybe I rotate them a little bit. Make this certain Dancing Shoes movement of a sort. Okay, I can't really slide anything any further than this, and I can't fit the fifth piece in like this. So I am suspecting maybe I need to put the 4 pieces in a different orientations. Maybe I needed to rotate them in 90 degrees each. But at the moment I am not sure. Alright, let's take it out and try it again. So this time I'm going to put this part facing the center and see how it works. Okay, it should instead be like this. Yeah, okay, I think I got it. I'm just making sure. Alright, cool. And I throw this in, and lastly I throw this in. But before that, as usual, I need to orient them a bit to make room for it. Still don't have enough room. Need to orient it a little bit better. I'm 1 pixel short. not sure if I am orienting everything anymore. Alright, how about now? Do I have enough room? No, I still don't. Still not enough room. Very close, but still not enough room. Okay, this is proving to be a little trickier than I expected. Okay, that works, but I need to be able to move the things out of the way. I can't do it. Okay, this one works, however. So now, if I can manage to move the pieces around to change the direction, that will be golden. Okay, I somehow managed to make this shape, but again, I can't move anything orthogonally. I'll have to move them. I need to turn them a specific way. Something like this. It's hard not to apply any amount of forces making these movements. So I can move them around in circle like this. It's a tricky maneuver to pull off. I don't know if you can notice. Okay, you know what? Before I continue, maybe I need to plan things a little better. So let's see if I can manage this. So previously with the red version, I could manage it with four of the other pieces oriented the same way. Maybe that does not apply this in this case. So I need to be more careful about it. So something like this, perhaps. Okay, this shape kind of looks promising. Can I like spread them out to make room? Perhaps. Maybe I can try. Maybe I can try this shape and see what happens. So put it here. Put this here. Put them aside, and then place it here. After I make room for it, like that. I forgot what the desired shape is supposed to look like, so let me try it again. So, well, this is not quite it, but okay, I think that was more like it. I don't quite remember 100%. Okay, everything is dropped in, no illegal movements so far. So now can I wiggle these pieces out of the way to make the final piece to fit in? It's kind of promising, not yet though. So again, this is a windmill shaped space, but it needs to be some other shape to accommodate this piece. Okay, now it's showing some sort of a cross. Is this enough for... It kind of looks like this is enough to fit in, but I need to make absolute sure because the edges are not completely cleared out. So once they are completely cleared out, I should be able to drop this thing in. Okay, I'm gonna try again, but this time I will plan it better to make sure that I have that cross-looking shape hole to make the final piece fit. So let me try again. So it's going to be the same orientations, facing 4 different ways. And basically this is the shape that I want to make. All right. Once this is made, I can drop this in, and we are good to go. But is this shape going to fit? Kind of feels like it's going to fit barely, but I'm not 100% sure. I can try other ways to maybe save some more space. So if I did it this way, does this save more space? I am not 100% sure. This might be better. I don't know. I do not know. I do not know if this formation can fit within this frame. Okay, what about this one? I mean, it fits, but okay, anyway, let's try and see if this formation can be done. Doesn't look like there's much space available. Okay, this is kind of hard actually. I don't know if I should move on to the purple one before finishing this. Okay, what about this formation? Does this work? Doesn't look like it. Maybe some other ways I can pull off. Also this can be flipped for all I care. this one last piece is being annoying. You know, the formation might not even be one piece surrounded by the other four, right? Okay, you know what? Let's try the purple one first and then come back to the blue ones. So again, there are 5 identical pieces and I want to place all of them inside this frame. So if I did this, do I have enough space for things to fit in? Not immediately I can see ways of. Well, this is pretty compact, you know? Don't you think? Just a little bit. Out of the frame. Yeah, the top and bottom. They are kind of showing out, protruding out of it. So that's not good enough. What about diagonally? Not even close. Okay, that sort of works, but probably not compact enough to fit into the frame. This sort of looks viable, doesn't it? Okay, how about this? Still not quite. I feel like this can work, but I'm not 100% sure. But we can try. So put this in here, and put this piece here. And the third one, I'm just going to make a diagonal movement just to make a point, okay? Okay, it's not making it easy to cheat. Any case, is there enough space? I just want to know. I just want to temporarily cheat to, just to test the possibility. But even that is proving to be difficult. Alright, there you go. Okay, got it. Sort of. Okay. Got all the pieces in. Now I'm going to move the pieces around to make more room. If I can manage that. Because as of now, I do not have enough space to make this happen. Okay, I can't really move anything, so this is probably a bust. Alright, let's try something else. What else can I try? So if this doesn't work, what other options do I have? This is making it hard to strategize movements. I do not know what the goal state is supposed to look like, so it's pretty much like blind brute force. Just pick the 4 pieces in whatever orientations, try to spread them apart enough or something. I don't know, man. Having trouble planning out the correct movements. This is why I don't play the restricted opening, restricted window packings that much. I strongly prefer unrestricted versions. So if I did this, can I spread this apart in a way that can make this final piece to fit? already feeling like not feasible. Oh boy. What else can I do? What are my what are my other options? Can I make any more movements to make room for the final piece? Like I feel like I'm getting close. I can't really move anything out of the way at the moment. So the movements are pretty restricted. I am suspecting I will need to make some 45-degree movements to make it happen. But even so, there's not much room to do it. I'm not sure. I'll give this 30 more minutes before moving on. Man, my performance isn't very good today. This almost looks like it works. There's not barely not enough space to make it happen though. But if I could flip this around, would that have worked? I don't know. Looks very close, but I still don't know. from the other three pieces, the fourth piece should be able to provide enough space to make it happen, no? I'm just gonna go ahead and cheat to make a point. The frame is pretty tight, so I can't even easily cheat the pieces in. But I think this is the right way. Yeah, something like this. So the last piece should go in like this. Alright. Okay. Now you see the whole thing spread enough for the final piece to fit in, but I didn't properly fit the 4 pieces in. I cheated, so I should back out and do the same thing, but with only the legal movements. But if I can figure out how I can take one piece out of this formation, that's going to be enough. I can rotate the pieces somewhat. Does this help in any way? Not that I can see. Okay. So when I'm completely spread out like this, I can make some rotational movements like this, and that allows me to, yeah, okay. It's kind of cursed, but so in here I can place this piece right here and then wiggle my way out, something like this. Yeah, I think that's the movement that I want to do. Okay. so putting these 3 pieces is trivial, so I'll just skip those steps. So I put these 3 pieces here, and I put the final piece, drop it in, and rotate them in a very specific way. So if I can manage it, that is. Okay, there you go. Now it's rotating. I'm rotating out. Now we are in the position we want. So now finally we drop the piece in, and that's the second challenge out of the 3 done. Alright, let's get back to the purple ones. So from the first 2 challenges, it seems like the pattern that we are going for is the rotational symmetrical shape. Something like this. Could be some other ways, but the main thing seems to be around 4 symmetrically placed pieces, and then I somehow fit the finer piece in a way that works. So that saves me some headache. So as long as the 4 pieces are symmetrically placed, that's a valid placement. So for example, this is one of the valid placements. Now the question is, does this fit? The answer is probably not. I'll need to come up with a better one. But coming up with a symmetrical shape is easy. You only need to rotate one piece, and that determines what I need to do for all the other pieces too. So I just need to rotate them in 90 degrees and then try to merge them together. Something like this. Yeah, okay, that's pretty compact, but does this help fitting the fifth piece in? So I just spread it a little bit. Do I have room? I don't seem to have room just yet. Maybe I rotate 90 degrees further. How about this one? Again, fairly compact, but will I be able to fit the fifth one? So again, spread it a little bit. Well, it's kind of getting close, but still no dice. So rotate 90 degrees one more time. And what about this one? So again, we spread it out a little bit. Does this work? Yes, it does. But again, the important question is, how do we make this thing fit in the frame, that is. Even this formation is not quite enough. I must say that this particular shape is very hard to work with. So to recap the previous ones that I did. So what I did for the blue ones was something like this. No, it was more like this. So it was something like this. I then spread it in a very specific way, but this wasn't it. This was not quite it. It was some other way that that made it work for that made it work without having to worry. I mean, while also fitting inside the frame. How exactly did I do that? Was this the one? I think this is the one, right? No, this was the one. Yeah, this was the one. So I gotta come up with something like this. So just put it right here. Then maybe try to come up with something similar. Something like that. But again, this needs to fit somehow. So at this point, the piece is not fitting in because this particular part is blocking. So is there a way to circumvent that? Also, the dimension must be proper. Proper is not the right wording. What I mean by that is, so this dimension, barely fits into the frame. So if I were to make a similar formation, the total size also should be within the same boundary because this barely fits the frame. And what did I do with the red again? I gotta remind myself. So it's something like this, right? So it's something like this, all right? But probably did it 180 degrees around. And make a windmill shaped hole, something like this, and then just fit this thing in. But don't quite remember. I can just watch the VOD again to recall exactly how I did it. But basically what I'm getting at is the purple ones should probably follow the similar pattern, but it's a little bit difficult to work with is what I'm trying to say. So the dimension is correct. Dimension is correct. It's just that one of the pieces will need to be in a different orientation so that the fifth piece can actually fit in. So I need to rotate this other piece in a certain way that can accommodate the final piece. So this one is obviously not it. I should also try flipping things around. I don't quite understand. This really felt like I'm getting close to the intended solution, but it's not quite giving it to me. Okay, that's another windmill, but windmill does not work for the final shape. What am I missing though? So pieces are fitting perfectly snug onto the frame. Like they are fitting so well to the frame that this has got to be the orientation they want me to place the pieces in. Like you see how perfectly the whole thing fits. Like the ratios are all perfectly correct. Perfectly correct? What kind of phrase is that? Ratios feel perfectly spot on. So once I do this, is there any way I can fit the final piece in? As in the area itself, not even thinking about the restricted openings at all. I'm just trying to find the correct layouts at all, without even considering the restricted openings. Okay, the timer hit 1 hour and 30-minute mark. I'm going to give this 30 more minutes. Okay, I made this weird cross-shaped area. Now let's see whether I can fit the final piece in. Okay, it can fit in. Now I need to make sure the dimension is correct. Unfortunately, the dimension seems to be just a tiny bit off. So this is not going to be a solution, even though if this did fit, it have been the solution. But I don't think this would work out actually. Well, I can at least try, right? I can at least try and see if the dimension is actually off. It is off. I can't make this work. Okay. So this is the actual dimension that can fit in the frame, but as we've established earlier, the shape is not accommodating to the final piece because this particular pixel is blocking it. So maybe if I rotated things 90 degrees, maybe that'll change things. So I still think the correct area for the final piece to be dropped into is this cross-shaped hole, but I'll need to find out a different way to form this shape. So that's what I'm trying right now. Hmm. I don't like how it keeps forming the inappropriate flags. I am aware what those flags look like, I mean what those shapes look like, but that's what happens when you are trying to move around four identical pieces facing 90 degrees towards the same point. The symmetry will inevitably make certain shapes to appear, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's not intentional. I hope you guys understand. Why is the shape so hard to find? Is the purple part not supposed to be symmetric? Okay, am I not supposed to make symmetrical shape out of the four pieces like other two challenges? Because that kind of feels arbitrary if that was the case. Actually, you know what? So these two, if I vertically flip these two, then that can fit this piece, no? So this, if I flip them around, yeah, okay, that fits. Now I need to figure out a way to get to this point without cheating. At least I finally figured out the correct layout. So the correct layout happened to be this shape. Kind of arbitrary because this is not like the other two challenges where all I had to do was put four of the pieces in the same, facing the same directions, forming a four-way symmetry, but this one is not the case. So that one threw me off for a while, but I finally figured it out. I just need to find how I can get to this point. So just put the first three pieces, I guess, like that. So the first three pieces, getting the first three pieces in is trivial. Now the problem is how I can get the fourth piece in. That is the question. Maybe I can. I didn't mean to do that. Maybe I can slide them around, and perhaps that would give me some areas to wiggle things around. Maybe I need to put this one first. That's also a possibility. So close. It's probably going to involve some 45-degree rotation, isn't it? Well, that works though, but it's not the correct ordering. It needs to be up here and this one needs to be down here. Okay, maybe I can just rotate it or something. Just need to get the last step done. Shouldn't take too long. I mean, it's already been taking way too long, but bear with me, please. Okay, I forgot the formation. I need a reminder. Okay, that was the one. But any other ways I can pull this off? I'll be back in a minute. BRB. Alright, let's continue. Alright, where were we? So like I said, these 4 pieces, if I can put these 4 pieces into the frame, that solves it. But I haven't figured it out how I can do it just yet. Wait, I need to try something. So if the middle piece was flipped around, then maybe I can try some other layouts. So okay, well, that's exactly the same layout but horizontally flipped, so that's that didn't really work out. But this piece, it doesn't matter which direction it is. So maybe I can try doing it this way and see if I can do it. Still not quite there. Maybe if I put this piece first, then can I make it work? Almost works. This is not the legitimate way to insert the piece. As close as it looks, this is not the correct way, because I am putting this in diagonally, and this movement is not allowed, so I need to find a different way. Oops. Okay, what about this one? Again, so close, but I need to make sure that when I drop the piece in, there's nothing blocking it. So if I drop the piece in right here, it is overlapping with the other piece. So this is not the correct way. The timer hit 2-hour mark, but I am not calling DNF just yet. I am almost done. I just need to fit this piece in here. I hope that I am not hitting a dead end. I really hope I am not hitting a dead end. Any other ways I can pull this off? Like this shape works too, right? So if I did this shape works too. So there are multiple ways, multiple orientations that can work. So maybe I should explore all of them rather than sticking to the same ones. So this one works. So this one works. And what about, actually, you know what? Maybe that's all I need. So just put this right here. And can I make this work? Almost, but not quite. Okay, let's keep exploring. So this works. Alright, this works. And what about this one? This one works. This one does not work. But this one works. And it also drops right here, even though I can't really move it anymore once I drop it. And what about this piece? So this one works. And this one does not. This one does not. And this one does. So it works in this formation. Okay. Now let's try other rotations. Maybe one of those will allow me to fit it into the frame without much hassle. What about the flipped versions? So it seems like none of the rotations work if I flip this piece for this part. But I haven't tested this part just yet, so let's test that one. So flip it. This does not work. This does not work. This works. And this does not work. Okay. Anyways, I can get this done with tilted pieces, because what's bothering me at this moment, at this point, is all the other challenges involved piece is rotated in certain degrees, but this one is orthogonal, which doesn't really feel like intended. So if I say, like if I rotated the pieces like this, can I make this kind of formation to happen? There's only one way to find out. So this kind of does, but as you can see, the hole is not perfectly centered. That means this is not the correct rotation. Maybe I need to find a completely different setup. But I don't know. I felt like I was getting just there. I don't feel like I was hitting the dead end. But I've been wrong many times, so I won't be surprised if that happens to be the case. There's gotta be a way to slide them around properly. I would be surprised if there isn't. 소은영님 어서오세요. 왜 이렇게 목소리에 힘이 없으세요? 무슨 일 있나요? 알고리즘으로 들렀는데 이거 맨사 테스트인지 싶어서요. 맨사 테스트 아니고 그냥 퍼즐입니다. 저는 맨사 테스트 같은 거 치르기에는 머리가 나쁘기 때문에 퍼즐이나 하고 있습니다. 저는 저도 머리가 나빠서 도움을 못 드리네요. 도움 주지 마시기 바랍니다. 부탁이니까 도움을 주지 마십시오. 저 혼자서 풀어야 됩니다, 이거. Oh man. I'm pretty much just there. I just need to figure out the correct way to fit these pieces inside the frame. Why is this part not done already? This part isn't supposed to be that difficult. I'm having so much trouble for whatever reason. Probably because I've been streaming for over 7 hours, but that's beside the point. Oh, looks like I got it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I got it. Okay, check this out. So, place this piece in. Place this one in. Alright. Now, put the third piece in here. Now, how do I put the fourth piece in? I just push the third one tile down and I can drop it in, no problem. Now I can spread it out and finally fit the fifth piece in. That's it. That is 3-in-1 challenges done in 2 hours and 23 minutes. So that's with all 3 challenges in total. The purple one took the longest, and then the blue one, the pink, the red one didn't take that long. Alright, that was pretty cool. I'm glad I got it done. So now I wonder, should I try one more puzzle or should I call it a day? 감사합니다. 아유, 드디어 풀었네요 이거. 합해서 2시간이면 생각보다 타임 어택이 됐네요. 아니요, 느렸습니다. 이건 타임 어택이 아니에요. 그저 클리어 자체에 의의를 두는 거고요. 타임 어택이라고 하기엔 너무 느립니다. 왜 이렇게 느리냐 하고 물으신다면, 예, 이유는 한 가지밖에 없죠. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can get one more, if I can squeeze one more puzzle in before calling it. But it'll have to be a quick one. Let's see. So 3 in 1, that one's done. The next one in the list, it says chained lumber. That's what it's saying. Ah, here it is. Chained lumber. Okay, what is the goal of this chained lumber puzzle? So the text says pack everything in the box and close the lid. The voxel on the lid needs to be on the inside of the box also. You may not unlock the chain. So there's supposed to be some sort of a chain inside here. Okay, there's a chain here. I don't know what to do with it. Also, the voxel on the lid needs to be on the inside of the box also. I don't know what that means. Maybe the lid can be put in either direction. So I need to close the lid in a way that the thing is pointing inwards. I think that's what it means. So I'm going to give this 1.5 hours. What the hell is happening here? What? This is like so much different than what I'm used to solve with. It's just 6 identical pieces. I think the dimension is 1 by 1 by 3. They are chained together. Okay, and I'm supposed to close the lid this way. Yeah, I think this is what I need to. I think this is the direction that I need to close the lid from. Yeah. Okay. All right. I hope this one is quick enough because I actually shouldn't be streaming for this long because I mean I can, there's nothing stopping me from doing it, but it's just not good for my health. Well, both the health and my solve ability. So the longer I go on without break, the less able I get to actually solving them quick enough. 얘는 입체네요. 얘 원래 입체가 메인입니다. 방금 했던 것은 사이드였고요. Alright, get the timer started. Let's go. So first thing first, let's check the dimensions. So the box seems to be of the size of 3 by 3 by 3, and this voxel needs to take up one of the voxels. So the available voxels, the available area is 26 voxels. There are 6 blocks of approximately, I think they are, yeah, approximately 3 voxels each. So these are 18 voxels. We have 8 voxels worth of leeway. So what is happening here? This looks nothing like what I'm used to solve with. So it's nothing like the non-rotation thingy or rotation thingy have to deal with this chain physics somehow to get it done. So what are the solve conditions? I mean, probably figuring this out is the main part of the puzzle, because once I figure it out, I can just throw it in and then close the lid and I'll be done, right? There's no intermediate shenanigan going on, so by that what I mean is, like, I close the lid halfway and do some more work and then close all the way. I don't think there's anything that I need to do in terms of that. Okay, let's just try to find out the right solution. So this one, so this big piece of the chain cannot go through the hole. Maybe I need to start from here then. The rule specifies that I am not allowed to I'm not allowed to put apart the chains, so they need to be intact. I don't know what I'm doing. What a weird puzzle. So what's stopping me from just throwing this in? Does this not work? So if I just throw this in, well, the chains are in the way, so I can't quite do that. All right, I got it. What about like hexagonal formation, something like this? Looks kind of cursed, but it sort of looks like it can fit in, right? Maybe try this instead. Just hold the box upside down and push in, or I can just throw it in like this. Yeah. I mean, that kind of looked like it might have worked. But the dimension is pretty tight here. So it's supposed to contain 3x3x3. So if I made a hexagonal formation, if I were to imagine some sort of boundary, the boundary should be within the 3x3 range, 3x3 area, I should say. Okay, let's think about it a little bit more. I'm going to go off of this hexagonal thingy, this hexagon assumption, for a little bit more until I am convinced that this is not going to work. So if I were to do this kind of shape, does this not fit? So this is one tile. This is one tile high. Well, not a tile, but voxel. But anyway, this is 1 unit high. What about this length? So the thing is rotated 60 degrees, and I need to. There's some sine and cosine math, trigonometry going on. But seems roughly within the boundary of 3x3, don't you think? So this change because of the way this all of these bricks are tied together, it's hard to control. How about like this? Maybe I use this part of the chain to occupy the largest amount of area, and I make some sort of a 45-degree triangle. How about that? This feels like it might work, right? Kind of looks promising, doesn't it? You never know until you try. It might have worked, I don't know. It's interesting though. It's nothing like any of the 3D puzzles I tried before. Well, that almost worked, I think. Just need to wiggle them around a little bit. There's not much room. Come on. Just a little bit of movement. A little bit better. Okay. Almost completely in, but we should also not forget that this voxel needs to go inside. So this part needs to be taken care of. Alright, well, I think I'm on the right track. So my assumption is the solution will need to be in a shape of 6 pillars, 6 columns, if you may, standing upright. And the only thing I need to adjust is the angles of these 6 columns. Okay, what if I did something like this? You see this large part of the chain is now inside the triangle. So if this works, there's nothing blocking the lead voxel from entering, right? Something like that. Let's see if this works. Again, another close goal. This part is not quite fitting in. I thought I was getting somewhere. So it looks like each edge can only contain up to 2 of the columns because of the physics of the chains. I can't really fit all 3 of them together. Alright, back to the drawing board. Okay, what other shapes can I make? So to mind you, this portion needs to stay empty because when I close the lid, this voxel will have to take its position, take its space. So this space is reserved for this voxel. But here's another thing. Even if I let this large piece of chain outwards, if I flip the whole thing upside down, that still allows the lead voxel to intrude, right? So as long as I can fit this thing within the 3x3 boundary, that has to be the solution. Alright, will this work? So if I can hold this box upside down and if I can push it down all the way, then that's going to be the solution. Can I do that? Can I do it? Is everything going in? All I can do is just pray. Ah. There is also a possibility that the solution might involve some crazy movements, but I am not considering that just now. If it comes down to it, I will start thinking about it. Alright, doesn't look like it's working. Okay, let's think about something else. Is it seriously going to involve some of these blocks laying down and some other blocks standing up? Is this actually going to be what it takes? The reason why I'm asking this is because that's a very unlikely scenario. Like, there's just no way that that is actually going to be the case. So that's not gonna work, right? Because these chains are just going to make it not fit. So So if you look at this vertical side, the minimum height of these blocks are going to be 3 units plus this chain, so it's not going to fit. So you have to involve some sort of more rotation. So what I'm thinking of is a shape where, so you see these green and yellow blocks, so they are 90 degrees apart, and I'm going to do the same for all the other pairs. So these are 90 degrees and these are 90 degrees, so these 90 degree blocks forming a forming some sort of a hexagon, and maybe this would work. There's no way. Yeah, it's that's probably not it. It's probably something else. Let's try randomly throwing it in and see if anything sparks up. Okay, that's not gonna work, obviously. What other options do we have? So if I did it like this, then the chain is not on the side, so I can technically fit the whole thing in. But now the problem comes from the lead voxel, right? But let's at least try to fit this in and see what happens. Yeah, as you can see, everything fits perfectly in. Well, not perfectly, but almost. But the main problem being the lid. So you see there's this voxel on the lid. I need to be able to close the lid with this part pointing inwards. So that's going to be another challenge. Wait, this is okay. I thought it was going to be stuck. All right, what else can we try? So if we did this, like we established it earlier, it does not give enough room for the lid to be completely closed in. So we need to find some ways to mitigate that. So again, this will fit, but will not let the lid to get in. Well, maybe it will still work. I don't know. Just looking at these blocks, I don't have any good ways to assume the outcome. So let's try and fit the whole thing in. Alright, everything's in. Now, can I push the lid back in? Well, obviously doesn't look like it, but let's just try it and see what happens. It's almost fully in, but I can't push it any further. Yeah, this is as far as I can close it. Well, this was the closest we've gotten. So what other options do we have? How do we make the lid to completely fit? Well, at least I can fit it like this. This is not the correct orientation though. It needs to be this way instead. Has to be somewhere along the lines of what I just tried, but in a way that two of these blocks are 90 degrees apart. So once I can get that to happen, then that's going to be the solution. And from what I can tell, I don't think this will involve any odd movements like blocks placed obliquely in a weird angle or anything like that. So far I do not see any reasons to believe that's going to be what the solution involves. Okay, what if I just simply took this and put in the box horizontally? So something like this. If I did that, would I have a correct amount of room for the lid to be closed completely? I don't know. The only way to find out is to try. It's hard to hold them the right way though. This feels more like a dexterity puzzle. Ah, so hard to control. Okay, that's the best we've had so far. But was it all? But was that worth it? No, this inner part is still not properly oriented. What a pain. What is even happening here? Huh, okay. Okay, that's a thing. Alright. And that fits, I guess. Okay, that's a first. I don't know how I did it, but so I somehow stacked the blocks in a way that they are in different orientations. Some are standing up, some are lying down. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. Well, this is still not. This still does not count as solution though, because again the lid needs to be closable. I cannot close it just yet. But let's see what's actually happening here. Alright, interesting. Okay, something like this. I see. So one of them is upside down, the other one is the right side up. So I'm trying to find a way that I can do the same thing, but this empty portion is on the outer side instead. But that is very interesting indeed. Yeah, it sort of reminds me of one of those bird puzzles. 6 blocks arranged in a specific way. Any other ways I can pull this off? So I'm suspecting the solution might involve some six-way symmetry. I don't know how that would allow the lid to get closed off though. But that's my first assumption. So something like this, right? So the three pieces and going across all three different axes. I don't know how that would help though, but usually puzzle designers go for symmetrical solutions like this. So I'm kind of metagaming here. I mean, assuming that my metagaming thing is correct. Oftentimes not the case, but you gotta try at least. But what more can I do here? I felt like I progressed a bit, but I'm stuck again. I'm stuck again. I felt like I was getting somewhere. Okay, so what we have here is two of each blocks. I mean, two of the blocks. Each group of two blocks representing each of the axes. So this one goes to the x-axis, this one goes to the y-axis, this one goes to the z-axis, but they are not necessarily symmetric. I don't know if this will help in anything. Obviously this is not going to fit because this is taller than 3x3x3, but something I thought was maybe worth trying. I don't know, it just felt like it. What about this one? Kind of feels like I do have some amount of space for the lid, but I can't say for sure because these chains are pretty finicky to deal with. Okay, this isn't going anywhere. also this particular part of the chain is being very annoying because I can't get this through. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, this shouldn't matter. But when I want to make a certain pattern, this keeps getting in the way. So that is kind of annoying. So again, this shape is a viable fit. Unfortunately, though, this still does not let the lead to close all the way up. What other things that I can do here? Maybe I put this in a different angle. Does this fit if I rotate it in 60 degrees like this? Doesn't look like it can fit. Worth a try. I think it's worth a try. can't close all the way, can I? Maybe I can? Feels really close, but I don't know if I can physically do it. I don't know if I am I don't know if this is the correct way to do it. But this really feels like one, no? If I put any more force, it's probably going to break. Yeah, can't do that, can't do that. If this is not it, then what is? Ah. Why is this part sticking out? Nah, that's not gonna work. Why do I keep feeling like I'm getting close? Why do I feel like this has to be it? This has to be it. There's no other way. Why do I keep feeling like that? Wait a sec. So what I'm thinking is maybe has to do with two of the columns going up like this and one in the middle and three going across like that. That would definitely have enough space to fit the lid in, but I need to make sure that such a shape is actually makeable. I'm trying to make a certain shape, but the chains are not cooperating. Why physics? Why? Okay, this is sort of what I had in mind, but doesn't seem like it can actually fit within the box now that I look at it. Maybe it has to do with angling the shape in a certain way. Maybe it's not supposed to be orthogonal. But how is the full weight block supposed to fit in other than orthogonal? It's kind of going to be somewhere along the diagonal line, right? So if I align them in a certain way, maybe it can work. This looks so close. Look how close it is. Almost feels like I can just push it out of the way just a little bit. It's still showing up. That's probably not enough. Yeah, that's not gonna be enough. Man. And same applies if I put this in the other direction like this. So you see, you can actually push this thing in, but that's still not enough. Yeah, can't push it farther than this. What am I missing then? Alright, what other things have I not tried? Oh, look at that. Look at this shape right here. Yeah. Apparently this is a shape that's makeable. With the restraints, with the constraints of this chain. And it's clearly fitable within the 3x3x3. And also has a free slot here for the lid to be closed up on. So I think I solved it. So this is the shape. Alright, so my initial assumption that the solution would probably involve some sort of 6-way symmetry happens to be correct, but I just couldn't figure out exactly specifically what shape that would be, but this happens to be it. So there you go. Took me a little while, but I did it. Well, give me a sec. There you go. Perfectly fit. And also has this right here. We have room for it this time. All done. That was chained lumber done in 1 hour and 32 minutes 51 seconds. Took way too long. I'm sorry. The stream has been going on for quite some time. Also, I have a small brain. I say that all the time, but just to remind you guys, I'm not a genius. But I'm just trying to get through every puzzle that I have. That was a very satisfying solution too. I'm glad I found it. Alright. Cool. That wraps it up. I am going to end the stream right about now. So, how many puzzles did I solve? I solved Slow Waltz and all 3 challenges of 3-in-1, and finally Chained Lumbers. So I could only solve 3 puzzles today. So that was not very fruitful stream, but at least there are no DNFs. So there's something to take home with. No DNFs. Wow, I've been streaming for 9 hours, man. Can you believe it? 9-hour stream. I could only solve 3. I'm very embarrassed. But what can you do? So I still have a few more puzzles here. Ah, sorry. There was a DNF. Too late. I still have yet to solve it. I'll try to solve this next time. But anyway, that's about it. My next puzzle stream will be in a couple days. Tomorrow I'll be streaming PMS. So there's going to be no puzzle stream tomorrow. But yeah, that's about it for today. Thank you everyone for visiting. Thank you everyone for watching, cheering me up or whatever, giving me helps or anything. I didn't ask for help though. I'll see you next time. Have a good rest of the day. Bye bye.